Okay, so it's time to start the event. It's 2:04, so we'll be starting the event now. Okay, so first of all, this is Praveen. You can call me SB. So I welcome everyone to Chennai React Meetup 17. Let's start the event. Okay, before we start the event, you could actually see this event as a networking session where you actually, you speak with each other. You could also see this event where you could learn something new. For example, the last meetup that I attended, I learned about FFmpeg and all the image optimization stuff like that. So you could learn a lot of new things and you could network. So while you're networking, make sure that you are respectful. And this is the code of conduct. So if you're having any doubts about how to contact or something like that, you can scan this QR code. And also make sure that your phones are in silent. And when the session is live, make sure that you're not speaking with each other because attention is the most generous gift you could give anyone. So just make sure that there's no external sound when the session is live. Apart from that, like few housekeeping items, you have washrooms outside and you have water dispensers over there. Okay, so what is Chennai React? So how many of you actually know Aristotle? Anybody like we would have actually heard, at least we would have heard this term, right? Aristotle. How many of you have actually heard, at least heard this name Aristotle? Okay, I'm just going to name. I'm not going to ask questions, guys, so you can raise your hands confidently. So, okay, so he's a Greek philosopher. So he was jobless to think that, hey, why do we do the things that we actually do? Okay, so why do you go to job? Because it pays you money. Why do you need money? Because you have to pay your own bills. Why do you have to pay your bills? Because you are getting services from others and obviously you'll have to pay money for it. So he concluded that, hey, we do things not because we like doing the things, but because it helps us to get some other thing done. So he concluded that, I did not conclude, but he concluded that, hey, we do things for happiness. Most of the things that we do in life is actually for happiness. So why do we go to the job? Because we get money and eventually by the end of the month we'll be happy about it. Why do we build the things that we do? Because we feel good about it. Okay, so that's like different ways you could make yourself happy. For example, if you're giving me some fruit now, I'll be at this moment I'm going to be super happy. If you're going to give me jackfruit or mango, I'm going to be super happy about it. And if I'm going to complete a course, let's say I'm taking a course on DSA, and if I'm going to complete it, by the when I'm going to complete, I'm going to feel happy about it. Okay, so that is like different ways you could make yourself happy. So why did I go about happiness now? A sense of belonging and a sense of family gives you eternal happiness. Unlike the short term and long term happiness, belonging somewhere and being in a family gives you a lot of happiness. So today we have grown to a family of 11,000 developers who share the same problem, who have the same mindset. So so happy about it. We have conducted 16 events so far, and today we are community partners to over 30 plus events. React Nexus is one of them. Okay, so we started like 5 minutes late, but yeah. So the first talk, no, we did not start 5 minutes late. The first talk is going to be at 2:15, and it's going to be by Deepa. So it's Frontend isn't just UI lessons from decade of production. So they'll go on for like half an hour, and then the second talk will start around 2:45, 2:50, and we'll have a snack and a networking break followed by a fun event. And finally, the third talk will be around 4:15, and we will try to wrap it around 5:15 or something like that. All good? Any doubts? Cool. And for the sponsors, because without the sponsors, I'd not be here. We all wouldn't have been here. So for the venue and food sponsor for the day, IBM, all good. Okay. Oh my god, that is my notes. I had notes for IBM and suddenly the iPad wasn't cooperating. What is the full form for HTML? Anyone? Yeah, CSS. IDM. I did not know. Today morning I ChatGPT and then I wrote it somewhere. I was trying to search for the notes and unfortunately the notes did not cooperate. But anyways, they have been into cloud. They have been into quantum computing, which I'm super excited about after AI. They have been into a lot of streams and it was founded in 1911 and probably yeah, that's it. Okay, so IBM stand. I should have told the IBM full form. It's International Businesses Missions Corporation. The last time when I came here, I told the full form. The full form that I said wasn't correct. So this time I made sure that hey, this time I'm not going to do that mistake. So I made sure that I at least made sure that the full form is correct. Okay, so for the first speaker of the day, how many of you have got CGPA above 7 in college? I got above 8. It's not me. Above 9. Above 9. Hey, okay, that's nice. Above 9. We have few hands. Above 9.5. And that's Deepa ma'am for you. she did her undergraduate in Anna University, CG campus, and she did her MTech from BITS Bilani. She has over 10 years of experience. To be accurate, 14. Correct me if I'm wrong. Ma'am. Yeah, 14. And she is currently working in IBM. So let's give it up to Deepa Sankaranarayanan. She is going to give a talk on Frontend isn't just UI, lessons from decade in production. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. கேட்கல சத்தமா. See, you're making me speak Vijay dialogue, sir. Yeah, people who are sitting in the back, can you please come forward? We see a lot of vacant faces in the vacant places in the front. It's going to be fun. It's not going to be like a classroom. So please do come. Make sure that you're occupying the front seats. You could also come, but this will be used for the online recording.
Oh, if it's only this, then I can take this. I thought I have to grab that one. So I need to use both. Okay. There won't be any interference. Oh, oh that one also. Okay.
Guys, come on. Let's occupy the front seats.
Okay.
Yeah, the front three rows are actually vacant, so there's some interference.
The screen over there.
Back, please make sure that you kind of occupy the front seats.
The screen வேண்டாம். Can we share just?
Hello. I had shared entire screen.
அது இல்லாம share certain window இருக்கும்.
Window பெரிய application வச்சு.
ஏன்னா entire screen எனக்கு இது மாதிரி காமிக்குது. ஃபுல்லா உங்களோட ஸ்பீக்கர் ஸ்லைடும் காமிக்குது.
Okay. So இந்த window எல்லாம் எப்படி செலக்ட் பண்றது இப்போ?
தெரியலையே.
Okay.
Okay. இதானே?
But slideshow ல
That's fine. So இது வந்துட்டு நீங்க
slideshow on
பண்ணுங்க.
Where is my எங்க போச்சு? Okay. Hello. This one. No.
This one தானே?
இது வந்துட்டு என்னுடைய பவர் பாயிண்ட் அந்த விண்டோல செலக்ட் ஆகணும்.
நான் சொல்றேன். போயிட்டு இங்க ஸ்லைட் ஷோ கொடுத்தா
I think window இங்க செலக்ட் பண்ணணும். See, you only need that one, right? That's getting projected over there. It's like dual இதுல இருக்கு. So நம்ம செலக்ட் பண்ணும்போது go back to the share this window. Okay, I have to share this one.
இல்லை இப்படி பண்ணிக்கலாம்.
No, it's done. Yeah. Should be good.
Okay,
Okay,
you can get
can
started.
get started?
All right,
All
thank
right,
you.
thank you.
So,
So,
um,
um,
I got the
I
2 o'clock
got the 2 o'clock
slot,
slot,
which
which
means how
means
many of you
how many
had
of you
lunch?
had lunch?
Really, really less?
Really less?
Okay, then it may be good. I also didn't
I
have
also
my
didn't
lunch,
have my
so
lunch
it means those who didn't have, you are going to be much
to be
more
much more
actively listening.
actively.
Those who had, okay, so I got the first lot. Let's see. So I have one job today to make sure none of you are falling asleep. Okay, so yeah, Praveen gave me a very good introduction. Thank you for that. So let's get going. So here's a little bit about myself. Is this clicker working? What happened? Did I do something? Okay. All right. Yeah, here's a little bit about myself. So, as Praveen mentioned, I have 14 years of experience and I'm currently a manager, but always a developer at heart. So, for the first 11 years, I was a full stack developer, and yeah, management is just another abstraction layer. Once a dev, always a developer. Uh, I had worked only on Angular, so yeah, it is a React meetup, and yes, I still showed up. And I'm obsessed with UI. It needs to be pixel perfect, and yes, I do judge based on spacing. Finally, my React experience, as it says, it stays with Hello World. Good part. This talk today is framework agnostic, so which means the lessons that you are going to learn you can still apply to any framework that comes. So enough about myself. Let's do a little pulse check. All right, so let's do a pulse check. Show of hands. How many people have spent way too long fixing something by just about 2 pixels? And how often had that ended up taking more than an hour of your time? With AI, without AI, doesn't matter, right? We all know the troubles, right? How many of you have felt that backend work gets more serious respect than frontend? Wow, you're not alone. Same here. And how many of you have heard something like, it's just UI? How hard is it going to be? Yes, more often than not. And how many of you actively advocate for front-end quality design in your teams? Right. My aim is by the end of my talk, you are actually going to understand how important it is and you will be able to advocate more strongly with your teams. That's my goal. And I also want to do one more pulse check. It's not here, but how many of you have 0 to 3 years of working experience? Okay, so that's like most significant of this group, which means most of you have gotten used to using AI from the time you got started with your professional career. Is that right? All right. Okay, let's just do that. So this is one of the things, right? We keep hearing this. It's just UI. How hard can it be? And with AI, this actually got amplified even more. Earlier, it would be you'll have a Figma mockup that is given, and still it was even 10 years ago it's just UI, just convert it into HTML and the job is done. Backend is where more serious things get done. With AI, the developer does not need to now write the code, use the Figma. There is a Figma to MCP tool server that you can make use of. It generates the code, and you can also just say, okay, hey, this is the Open API spec, make use of this API call, and it's going to orchestrate. This is where the core of the problem lies. AI can help in many ways, and I'm not against AI.
For all the things, the rate at which things are going, we need to adopt it. No doubts about it. The human in the loop always plays a very big role, and that's the importance. So if AI is going to generate, it's very easy. You have all the screens available in Figma. You feed the Figma and then the MCP. You can even have an MCP server integration. It's going to generate the HTML code. It's just done. But if you are not having that experience, that expertise to say how this should get designed in the overall way, AI just shows how it is done, but only you know whether it is done right or not. And that's where the human in the loop comes in. And one of the things I would always say, and the reason I asked why, how many people have 0 to 3 years of work experience, for those of us who have been for a longer period of time, we didn't have AI. We started, right from coding, and then we did hands-on coding, and no AI generated that code for us. So then we got into the AI era. Even when we see a code, we got that experience for this long to say, hey, even AI generated, I know that it is wrong. The problem that the younger generation will experience is, you started your career right with having these AI tools in picture. You did not have enough runway to get that experience doing hands-on. You would have had some experience doing that in your final year, but once you've gotten into your career, you do know the difference between doing things as for your projects and internships and everything in your college versus actually implementing things that run in the production. Even with AI, most of us feel that same difference. You can generate POCs like that, but the moment it comes to running it into production, it's an entirely different thing altogether. So this is where the more younger generation who are so used to having AI, you need to expend some amount of time into doing that hands-on coding, even though it's not going to be much useful in your career, even though it's cumbersome. Do spend that time, because that experience, it doesn't pay off in terms of your output, but it pays off in terms of your experience, and that experience is what is going to help you to scale much longer and in this era of AI. Okay, so with that side thought, let's get into the problem. Again, it's not working. Yeah. So what happened for us? 2016, this was 10 years ago. We had a new product that we had to build from the ground up, and I was part of the team that was implementing the UI. And the framework was Angular. Angular was really new at the time. It was just gotten released at the end of 2015, and we had to make use of the Angular framework for this. It was a decision that we made. And the product that we were developing was API gateway. And I don't want to delve too deep into the aspects of what API gateway is, but at the high level, the problem that I'm going to explain here was, it had you have APIs for which you will apply a lot of policies like security, transport, authentication, transformation, a lot of different policies that you can apply, and it can have some kinds of configurations for it. So for each of the policies, we will have to render a UI. So that we are looking at easily 28, or even it's going to grow a lot as well, 40, 50. So this is the problem. So just to give you an idea. Okay. So just to give you an idea, if you have a policy like rate limiting, it will have some configuration. These configurations are defined in the backend. It will say, okay, for rate limitation, what are the configurations that you'll have? If the number of invocations is more than 100, stop it. Do not allow it. So, and the window is for a period of 1 minute, you can stop the invocations. This needs to be generated as a form so that it can be configured as a policy. Another example, a HTTP header. If you want to inject some custom HTTP header on the API calls, you can configure series of HTTP headers with a key and values, and that can get, it has to be configurable from the UI. So this was the problem. Really simple. And there are multiple approaches that we could take for this. But this is the overall problem. The initial time in 2016 when we were trying to implement this, we started off with 28 policies, but it is going to grow into a lot more. That's the whole idea. So how are you going to do this? The time window was really short. That was the major problem. We were in the time of May 2016 and we had to release by October 2016. So we had only 2 to 3 months and a lot of things that we had to cover. This was not the only screen, there were a lot more, but this was what we had to do. Now there were two approaches that we could go, no straightforward, right? Two roads, one decision, and it's not very easy to go back. Approach one the straightforward way, right? You for each policy, it's just 28. Even if you think about the numbers, it's just 28. How hard is it going to be? You can do an approach to implement all the policies screen by screen. 28 screens now, maybe a year it's 38. It's still okay. It is predictable. It's expensive, but still predictable. Okay, it's not too vast. It's thousands and hundreds. It's still okay if you want to take the call. The second approach, one engine to render any and all policies that comes in the future. The configuration will drive how the UI is going to render, but it's extremely ambitious and risky. This is the crossroads that we were at, and we had to make a call. It was not an easy one because time crunch always makes us choose the safer path, which is, even though it's extensive, it's predictable. You can go with this. However, what we did was we wanted to give this second approach a try. We didn't just like that go with this decision. We still had a fallback. We said within the team, we said, hey, you just still go ahead with the approach when you go policy by policy. Someone else, we'll just give it a try. Let's just try it as a POC. And this was a time we didn't have AI to help us with code generation. Let's just give it a try for a week, see where we are going, and then we can make a decision. What happened was, this was the underlying idea behind our this approach too. It's all configuration driven, a JSON based configuration that you have. For every policy, it will say, hey, these are the different parameters or attributes it has, and it will also dictate the rules around what values each attributes or parameters accepts. It will say, okay, this is a string, this is a boolean, this accepts multiple values. Based on that, the engine is the part which is going to do the mapping. So if it says it's a string, easily it becomes a text box. If it says it's a secure string, it becomes a password box. If it says it's a boolean, it becomes a toggle. So a mapping kind of a structure can be put into the engine, and the UI can simply, based on the mapping that is put in, it's a generically rendered component that we will have in place. So this was the idea behind this. And to give you, I do not know how much people at the end can view it. I hope it's visible enough. But to give you the idea, this is what I was saying. You have multiple configurations for each policy. Each will have its own configuration. It will say what is the type of this particular attribute, what is the type it should have, what are the validations it will have, and what fields we will have. The policy renderer, you can see it is exactly the same. It's a generically, it is just going to read it and map it into specific type of widgets it could render, and the rendered form, it's looking different based on the configuration. So the data is the one that is driving how the UI is rendered. The logic to render remains exactly the same. Yeah. So the engine part I mentioned. So let's just look a little deeper as to how this goes. The engine part I mentioned, it has two major patterns. Number one, the simple design pattern we are all aware of, factory pattern. It's a simple mapping. If the type is a text, do a text input. It's a text box. If the type is select or multiple choices, you can do a drop down. If it's an enum, especially fix a set of values, do a drop down. If it's a toggle, if it's boolean, make it a toggle. Then there is a clincher. Yeah, straightforward ones we can very easily do a factory. What happens when a complex one comes in? This is where it's a group. Group means it has its own subset of some other attributes and parameters. So how does this work for that? Recursion is the second pattern that we make use of. When it's a group, we simply say call the same component itself. It doesn't matter if it is Angular or React, this framework will still help. Just the recursion is going to call the engine on its own children, and simply within that group it's going to expand, apply the same factory and render the logic. That's it. The idea as such was simple, but the execution was not. And but we did it. We tried to go with this, and while the safer approach was still going on, and what happened was it was successful. It worked. Of course, it will work, but it was ugly. This was iteration one. It's a POC form. The core logic was working absolutely brilliant. Every policy we put through it, it was rendering it. Problem was the layouts were all so messed up. It was a generically rendered layout. It's having a lot of nesting and padding. Every form group that has every child is just going on. But the logic works beautifully. Stakeholders still were not happy. And even though we tried to explain, hey, this is a generically rendered one. Any number of policies you put in, it's going to render. Of course, it doesn't matter to them. What the end result that we see is not good. So the lesson that we had learned there was the idea is good, but just because the idea is good, it doesn't mean that it's going to get through. It needs all the other components to get in as well. So we still worked on it. It was still not GA. It was within a month or two, week or two after we did this. We just demoed it to our stakeholders internally, and they were like, what is this UI? I don't like this. Just throw it away. That was the comment. But still, we still believe in the idea. We knew that we need to make sure that the layouts are matching to the expectations that is needed. So then came the second refactoring. That's when we put in all the efforts into making sure that the layouts are rendering fine. Additionally, there were also some things that we had to take care of. So even though it says generic rendering, it doesn't apply for everything. Of course, there will always be, this caters to about 75% of the use cases. There will always be one policy or the other which will have its own set of rules, which means that you can't really fit it into this kind of a framework. So you will have to have some kinds of customization. An easier approach again is a customization to say, okay, if this is the policy, just go ahead with its own rendering. But even that will not scale, because you will reach one point where it's going to, okay, yeah, it's really difficult to have this working within this generic framework. Let's go with the custom rendering. So it will scale for 1 year, 2 years. By the third or fourth year, what will happen is any other new policy that comes in, it will end up having its own rendering. So and all or nothing kind of an approach will not work. We also saw some cases where it was a specific attribute or a specific parameter that needed customization, but still all the other 9 parameters in the policy can still be fit with this in this. So that's where we introduce some additional hook points into our design. For specific attributes that you wanted to, you can still leverage with some level of customization, but overall the generic framework still holds good. That's what we did in this case. And after this, it looked really great. So at this point of time, we brought in all the changes. It can customize, it can handle all of this. It was really great, and we did the GA. What happened was customers had some kind of concerns or some kind of feedback that they wanted to share. Hey, the UX, it was not on the exact screens that we worked on the overall UI as such, but they did have some kind of design, inputs, which resulted in a redesign of the UI. So we utilized this and ended up doing a complete refactoring. This is the second refactoring that we did. And along with this, we brought in some validation. So this validation was also something that it had to go through this couple of things. You can have default rules. It's a form has to have validation. You can have a default set of rules, string, min length, max length, all those kind of things. But You will also need some custom overrides, some level of different messages that you would want to use, or expect some other validation, some other value for one parameter based on the value provided for another parameter. A lot of those aspects are there. Custom overrides will be there, but the default rules will apply if it is not there. So it was this validation hierarchy was also a combination of those things. So this, it went through multiple refactoring. That was the primary idea here. After doing all of this, the end result. So this was the second, third refactoring that we did was sometime in 2017. But after, I would say, after that, that framework didn't undergo any kind of change. No refactoring, no bugs. And it's not because customers were not using it. Those policy configurations pages is really the underlying principle for any API gateway. They were heavily using it. Customers loved it, and we didn't have to have any level of maintenance needed for it. So it paid off. Despite all those challenges, it did pay off. That was the biggest learning. So what are the four major principles and takeaways that you will have out of this? It was config driven, so the data was driving it. No changes to that we had to make to the UI. It is also extensible, not so rigid as to have no amount of flexibility. And the separation of concerns, there is a rendering layer, there is a validation layer, there is the engine layer. So the separation of concerns were there, and most importantly, it is framework agnostic. So even though we did implement it in Angular, I have in my own time tried to do the same thing with React, and of course it will still work because it was not relying on any framework specific principles. This was a design, and we were just going back to the basics. So that was what helping us to become successful in this. So this code has been running in the production for 10 years now with really minimal maintenance that we had to put in, and it has been going so long and it's going to continue. So those are the lessons that I wanted to share here in this. Additionally, how much time I have left? Okay. Additionally, one thing that's going to help you if you are going to plan for some refactoring, one thing that's going to help you, and again going back to the basics, having enough tests for you to rely on. And when you are talking about refactoring in these kinds of UI layers, unit tests are not going to help you when you are refactoring. How often have we tried to do some refactoring and the unit test ended up breaking and we had to go and adapt unit test as well? It's component tests or integration tests that helps you to gauge whether the behavior is unchanged while you are doing the refactoring. It's not end-to-end tests as well. It's the component or integration test. So if you are going for some kind of strategy in your company where you want to do a refactoring, make sure you have enough integration or component tests in place. That's going to be a safety net, and continuous refactoring is the important key for us to be able to have product code that can run for very long in the production. And yeah, so it's just highlighting more on what I mentioned. Refactoring isn't the risk. Going in blind is the risk. So make sure you have enough code, enough test coverage for you to rely on. And this is going to be my final slide. So good architecture isn't a one-time decision. So that moment where we made the decision to say, hey, we are going to go with this, that was not the decision that's held. What helped was the refactoring strategy. Continuously, we did refactor it twice, thrice. So it is a discipline, a continuous discipline that we will need to have. So zero rewrites, the framework, and that it is future ready. These are the key takeaways that I want to leave everyone with. Uh, so I'm going to close here for this.
Any doubts? Anyone? So let's say you have same place.
Mm-hmm.
And then performs all these things updated, no RSKs, anything.
Not in this one, yes, but we are making use of carbon components.
How would the impact of the migration would go in your, let's say, how would you impact migration?
You are talking about the migration in this framework or the Angular migration?
Basically adapting to what is coming from.
Newer APIs. Yes, that is a challenge indeed. And by the time when we wrote this, it was yeah Angular 2.x. That's what we wrote this with. But we have been continuously upgrading the Angular versions in the product. How much we are leveraging with the newer aspects of the newer features from Angular. It's mostly used for the newer code, but for the legacy ones, it's it gets into that mode, right? If it works, don't touch it, that kind of a thing. But it is also again a discipline. If we are able to see that, hey, this adapting to the newer one is going to actually give us some better performance, better things. Those are the things that we'll have to have. And in terms of preparing our teams for this, it is more about them getting hands-on into the differences. That's the key principle. If you are understanding, you need to understand the older framework, not Angular 2 or Angular 4, whatever it was based on, and the newer version, which is 21 or 22, and understanding, hey, what are the things I can leverage? That is the analysis that they'll have to do. So, and mostly we will go with the data-driven approach where we'll give the time to do an analysis and then see what are the potential areas where we could get this kind of a difference and where we gain to stand to gain most. Is it, are we going to gain more in terms of performance or in terms of our security aspects? Those would be the analysis that we will do, and the data is going to help us to make these decisions in terms of how we are going to go ahead with the migration strategy, whether it is in terms of framework or anything. That's the way we normally approach these things. Instead of making a decision, hey, it's an upgrade, let's just go ahead and change it just because it has newer features. So just basing it with our analysis and decision, that's going to help us provide a good result.
We will be open for one more question if anybody has anything. Yeah.
So, hi Deepa. I'm quite curious about how you managed to, okay, you did a conditional rendering, but the styles part, where did you keep it? I mean, was it in the conditional rendering part or was
Which
it in
part?
the configuration? You said there were some problems with the UI styling, right? Overall.
Okay. So for the styling part, what we did, yes, you are right. The engine which is doing the mapping and handling all of that is different, and the styling part of it also sometimes needed some customizations, or it needs to be handled differently. Like the first iteration we did, I applied a really general logic. If it's a child, just nest it by another 5 pixel of padding, and then it's another child, another 5 pixels. So by the end of it, we had a child which was nested 10 levels deep. It was the form. That's where the form looked really bad. And this is where the interesting part was. It was not just a UI kind of an implementation challenge. It was also a design challenge. So we worked with our UX team who she actually understood how these things are, and she, instead of designing policy by policy, we told her, hey, design a general idea as to how it's going to look. We gave her a few criteria, straightforward policies and nested policies. These kinds of criteria we gave her, and she did the design for that. Taking those inputs, even the styling became a config at the end of the day. It is just not it was driven from the backend, but that styling also became a config that the renderer, the engine was also applying to. Okay, hey, if it's a child, then apply this kind of a styling, some kind of conditional styling that it will put in, and that's how we were able to achieve even the styling in that generic form.
Did you manage to use any like third-party packages like Storybook probably?
No, we didn't make use of any third party for this particular rendering. That was because we had some, we were back in 2016, right? So we were of time, leveraging that. What happened was we had a really bad experience with using that, and it was not because the third party was bad. It was just that the usage didn't help. So what happened for us was we were using Angular from the beta version, not just the production version. So we were using it right from the beta version, and we were making use of some bootstrap libraries for the spacing and styling. What ended up happening was when we migrated from the beta to the GA version of Angular, everything broke, and it even broke the styling. So that was our lesson, and it's because it was the Bootstrap version we were using was not compatible with the Angular's version. Everything broke, and we had to end up doing a lot of refactoring around the code. So it was a lesson, and we decided no more third-party libraries until we know for sure that we can't do this functionality without that particular library. So back then that was the call we made, and that's why this doesn't make use of any third-party libraries. It is fully done with our own implementation.
More questions? Okay, so it's time for felicitation. I invite Roja to felicitate.
Thank you so much.
shared right now. I don't know, it's not showing up. Settings. Oh, okay. Oh, wait, it's extended? Okay, it's extended. One second. Let me just- No, no, but, see later. Yeah. Um,
Okay, all good, all good.
sure. I think it's
Okay,
extending.
so until then, we have some time. I expected this. So what are we going to talk about? Do you have any doubts or anything in specific until this gets resolved? Like, hey, how many of you actually play games? Like, I don't play games. I've never played games. But this next what game do you play?
And what?
Counter Strike over Valorant any day. Both Counter Strike and Valorant is Counter Strike fans here? CS, CS, CS2, CS, Razer fans. Very, very, very,
2, 3, 4.
games on. Yeah.
Nice.
No.
Thank you. Uh, hello everyone, can you hear me at the back? Hello? Come on, I need some response. Come on. So I was just talking to Nikhil here. Like, why did you give me this talk? Like, Deepa had like a great talk before this. I will be talking about basically the same things, and I'm actually really glad because now you can see that a company as big as IBM also is using the same approach. But yeah, I'll be talking about JSON schema forms. My name is Sreetam. I'm a senior front-end engineer at Remote. I am in something called the web experience team. What that means is I work on building components and infrastructure and interfaces for like other teams to interact with like the end customer, like notifications, bulk uploaders, things like that. Um, Remote, to tell you a little bit about it, we help companies hire in many different countries. I think it's about 100 plus countries now. We help companies hire, manage, and pay people. Everything from full-time employment, contractors, payroll. Uh, we don't have any offices. I get asked this a lot, like where do you work? Like I work from home. I've been working from home since like 5.5 years. Even if they wanted to, they can't call me to an office. There are no offices across the world. And yes, I do work remotely for Remote. Yeah, so I always joke about that every time I get. And yes, we also have received questions in our support from our support team about TV remote issues. People, they'll they'll search about like TV remote issues. Anyway, uh, engineering at Remote has, it started from like around 5 people when the company started back in, I think 2019. I joined in 2020. I was probably among the first dozen engineers. Uh, I I was part of something called the growth engineering team for 4 years, which meant I worked on the remote.com website. So everything that you saw on the public facing side, I worked on that. I also worked on the emails. And has anyone worked with like emails? One person. Okay, I'm really glad because you should not. It's really bad. We used to use HubSpot. You have to use very specific like styling and such because it's a nightmare. Emails don't support a lot of things. But yeah, right now we're almost 300 people across an organization of almost like 50 teams, and we're spread across 40 plus countries. Our backend is in this language called Elixir. Has anyone heard of Elixir here? That's really nice. We are always hiring for Elixir, so like if you're interested, like please reach out to me after this. It's a niche language, but it's really nice. I also like Elixir a lot. But yeah, we have one of the largest code bases of Elixir. It's almost more than 5 million lines of code. To the point that we work with the language creator directly to like make improvements, make optimization. On the front end, we have a Next.js single page application. We used to do server side rendering before, but We've since moved to a single page application. I don't know if anyone's done that migration, but we're really happy with it. It's nice to have that like barrier between server and client. Also with like all the news about all these server component issues. We're really glad we did that. And we also use TanStack a lot, primarily TanStack tables and TanStack query. I think it's an industry standard at this point. Anyway, so forms has how many of you have worked with forms? Come on, I think I want to see all the hands, because every person in every company in some or the other way is working with forms, right? Like if you're rendering a table, that data is coming from a form. If you're signing up users, that's a form. If you're working with the sales team and you want to define some custom discounts, that's a form. There's a lot of logic that happens and everything. And I think you'll see with your experience, as you continue building forms, they get more and more expensive, they get more and more complex. um, uh, does anyone have like a form with like more than 20 fields, 30 fields? Yeah, see, not unheard of like at all. It's very common, because it's you have to just do it. Like it's just what the business logic is, and you don't want to do it, but you have to. But specifically at Remote, like I mentioned, we have many different products. We are across 100+ countries, and we need to maintain forms for everything, right? One of our core products is employer of record, which means that we are hiring people in other countries on your behalf. So you're dealing with people's employments in 100 different countries, and that means any mistakes that you make in the form, any bugs that you might have, are really expensive. If we make any mistakes, people don't get paid, and people are really mad, if that ever happens. So we need to be like really careful. Um, but what also happens is, when you're maintaining these forms across 100 different countries for different products, for different domains, a lot of times you'll notice that, like Deepa mentioned, you're trying to define all of your data that you're trying to capture on the back end, but you also have to maintain the same copy on the front end. We're no longer in an era where we're just showing plain basic forms. Anyone who's used libraries like Yup or Zord or React Hook forms? Anyone? Yeah, see, it's very common to do that, because I don't want basic forms with basic web native validations. So you need to do those validations and presentation, and how does it like show up on the front end. You need to do that on the front. You need to do that on the front end side, and then all these validations, of course, need to happen on the back end as well. If you're not handling those validations on the back end, I think you need to talk to your security people. Something might be happening there. But again, that means that when you're making any changes to the form, these things need to be coordinated, right? Like if you are, let's say, you are working on adding a new field or deprecating a particular field in your form, if it's not synchronized, then your form either doesn't show up a field that the server is expecting, right? So these things need to be synchronized. So earlier on, I'm sure IBM might have faced this as well, where you need to synchronize the deployment of these together. You're making sure you're not deploying any other code to make sure all these people that are logged in at your website, they have like the latest version. But yeah, as things move along over a big scale, at remote scale, at IBM scale, um, drifts happen. Everyone can't be working on the same thing at the same time across big teams. So rules will drift and bugs might happen. Um, what our approach has been was using a single source of truth, wherein we say that the backend is defining exactly what it wants. It defines what shape it expects. Again, this is specific for each country. This is specific for each role, even, right? Like if I'm an employee, I am supposed to be shown something. If I'm a contractor, I'm supposed to be shown something else. If I'm an employer, if I'm an admin, all these things change. You can't show the same thing to obviously everyone. And this is all defined by the backend. Specific constraints that you might have, conditional logic. I'll talk more about that in the next couple of slides. And even the error copy, right? Like I mentioned, one of the reasons we use form validation libraries is that we want rich error copy messages, so that if there's something wrong, um, you're telling the user what exactly is wrong. It's helpful for them to kind of debug it themselves and like not reach out to your customer team. And the solution that we've come up with is something called JSON schema form, which is based on JSON schemas. Now, this is a very standard way of describing your data shape. I'll show you examples in the next couple of slides. But what it basically does is it defines using the type properties and required keys what your server is expecting, and then this can kind of travel from your backend to your front end. And it holds all this information that we want on the client side. It also supports using some conditional logic using all of, if, then. Um, um, and as is, it's a pretty decent solution. If you have not come across JSON schemas before, I highly recommend checking it out because it's really nice. And Hacker News agrees with me, so that's obviously great validation there as well for our idea. And the thing that we have developed internally is something called JSON schema form. This is a library that we've open sourced. We use pretty much everywhere. I don't think there are any other kind of forms that we use unless use case is very, very complex. But what it is essentially is it's a headless library wherein you can throw in your schema. Let's say you have a form where you're expecting the user to input what the highest temperature and the lowest temperature for that day might be. And when you put the schema in, you will get the fields that can be rendered out after that. I think we'll also see the difference in a few slides is that we didn't care too much about the actual presentation in this particular library because we open source this. We wanted to make sure the scope is not too bloated. But we get the fields, and then we also get a helper function to kind of validate the form fields that you kind of filled out. This is what the core API looks like. You pass in your schema, and then if you have any initial values on the form as well, we support doing that. And you'll get fields, and you'll get a handle validation function. And that's really it. We don't give you any of the CSS. We don't give you any of the form components also. You're kind of giving it a JSON schema, and you're getting another schema back, from it. And then that means you can bring your own design system, you can bring your own form library, whatever else you might need. We're really just giving you this medium to transfer from the server side to the client side. And again, just to hit it again, the whole idea here is that your backend is defining the schema. JSON schema form is really just like taking your schema and converting them into these fields, and that is also given back to you in like a JSON format, and then you can render it however you want. Um, when I say you can do whatever you want, we also have another internal library, JSON schema form kit, where we do these extra things. It's a remote specific wrapper, so we do things like versioning between like V0 and V1. Obviously, there are migrations, and we are moving from time to time, and then when the next version comes in, we'll use this again to migrate. We also have support for custom JSON logic operators, which is I think the really neat part of this, because like I mentioned, JSON schema does allow very basic kind of logic. When you're trying to say, hey, all of these forms are required, or only these two forms are these two fields are required. But with JSON logic, as we'll see, you can add a lot more actual business logic in there. But and then additionally on top of that, some of the stuff that we mentioned talking about what the fields actually should look like. Because again, if let's say you have a field for currency, now normally that is just a string field or a number field. But the way that you are actually showing it to the user, is different from how you would show, let's say, an age field, right? Like the custom validation is different, the logic for it is different. So we have these specific let's say like properties that are used to like define what metadata about like the actual form schemas. And then with the presentation one, we can say, hey, this is the particular input type, this is what the description is, and this is the kind of actual field that it should like render. So for a currency input field, this is what it should look like. These are the all different error messages that we want to show there. This I think I mentioned with the conditional fields. This is something that is supported already with JSON schemas. And what JSON logic does is allow so the other issue that we wanted to resolve was how do you solve for intra-form cross-field validations. So a lot of times in the form that you're asking users to fill out, you want to change the, let's say, the order of the fields, or you want to hide a particular field because it is not really needed for a particular user. Um, that is not something that JSON schema supports natively. So this is where something called JSON logic comes in, where it's a different specification by itself, but essentially allows us for like cross field rules and computing specific values. Um, and this is what a JSON logic operator looks like. So on the key, you'll see that this is the operator. So in this particular field, what you're essentially saying is the left side in the array that you have, these are all the, I guess, the operators or operands. And on the left side is the actual operation. So this is a very simple way of showing, hey, I want to see between the first and the second, and I want to use the equal to operation. This is something more real life like. So in this particular field, you'll see we want to know if the JSON logic will return true if either the country that is selected in the fields is, let's say, Vietnam, or the start date for a particular employee is 6 months away from today. In here, you'll also see we have date difference in months, which means that you can also define custom operations. That's something that we have built on top as well. That was really essential because, again, these are all different cross-field validations that we want to do within the same form. Yeah, so just to cover it again, the rules that we're defining in the JSON logic, it'll return true or false uh, depending on the different inputs that you're also defining. So when you say var country here, this means a country named field. And then here today is another field and start date is another field. And today here is obviously an initial value like I defined in the earlier example. So this is another example of how the logic can look like where you're defining validations. So let's say a custom validation is called valid temperature recording. And you have two fields where you're saying one is lowest temperature and the other one's highest temperature. And the rule that you're defining is that the lowest temperature has to be less than highest temperature or the other way around. And if that doesn't happen, then you're showing the error to your users. And then in the property side, you're also showing what does the highest temperature validation, what are the validations for the highest temperature field? And for computed values, so like I said, when you have specific fields within the form, sometimes what you want is, let's say a particular field can also have a value dependent on the previous fields. So for example, let me just, one sec. Is this visible to everyone? At the back, is it visible? All right. But this was the example with the highest and lowest temperature. I'll share the website at the end, but this is an online playground that we have where you can go ahead and play around and really see like how it works. The left side is also editable, so if you want, you can see like how it functions live, basically. Like I mentioned, so let's say our lowest temperature is 28 because it's Chennai, and let's say the highest temperature for this example is 23. And then you can see this error message being showed up right there. This is not something that you would normally see with web native forms. It's something you would ideally define on the front end. But again, the whole idea is that you're defining this on the backend side itself. You're defining these validations. You're defining all these rules on the backend side. To and then to like give you another example of computed values. Let's say if I change the rating here to 3.5, then you can see like the placeholder here or the name here is also changing. And this is all defined from this is all defined like within the JSON schema itself. So again, your front end is really handling just the display layer. Everything else is defined by just your backend itself. Um, one more example that we have is, let's say, so let's say if you have 9 attendees, and then this is also 9. Let's say you're defining that if I have more than, for my concert, I have more than like 10 attendees, only then should you show like this discount code form. And as you'll see, like this doesn't really work as is, but if I increase this, again, this is just like conditionally that you're showing different fields. And I think that really helps because you don't want to, your form might have some fields, but they're not really valid for all users, only for like certain conditions. And that's really it. This was just the logic that I showed earlier. For computed values, this is how you would define, like this is a new variable called average temperature, and the rule is that it would be basically the average of lowest and highest temperature. It looks complex just because of how verbose JSON schemas are, but the idea is that you're not having to define this in multiple places. You define it once, like Deepa mentioned, you're defining it in one place, and you're just like forgetting about it. You don't have to worry about keeping things in sync all the time. That the live demo is at JSON schema hyphens form dot vercel dot app. I'll share that in the next slide. Yeah, so we have the slide deck there. But to conclude also, why exactly do we use JSON schema form? Again, the idea is that your backend is your author. Everything is defined by the backend, because at the end of the day, that is your backend is validating or it will reject things that it doesn't want. So why not just use that as the main author? Your UI is really just consuming that JSON schema and then like rendering fields according to like what you've defined. And like I showed with the earlier library, you can extend it however you want. If you want to add additional logic on top, if you want to have other layers, they're all really possible. What we wanted to focus on was making this available, as open source on GitHub, so that people can go ahead and start using it. And we have seen like a lot of usage as well. So I highly recommend like checking it out at least, because I think if IBM is also like doing this stuff, then I think we're doing something right. So I'm really glad about that. This is the GitHub link for the schema form, and you can also go to the Vercel link for the live playground. But that's really about it. I know someone mentioned React Nexus already. I came a bit late, but I heard mentions of React Nexus. And yeah, I'll see you all there, because I'll also be talking about TanStack Start. So yeah, I'm excited for that. And thanks. If you want the slides, this is the link. It's not really done for mobile just yet, so I would highly recommend opening it on your laptop. But yeah, that's all from me. Thank you. Any questions? I see you. I see you.
All right. So lovely. Come up on stage. Come up on stage. All right. So you can have this. Can I have another mic as well?
This is fine.
So give this to you. So what is your name? Abhinav. Volunteer. Okay, you should now look back at the screen. Let's come to the side here. All right. Now look at the screen. Get that. Okay, just don't look at the screen.
Yeah.
Straight. Straight. Okay. In the time of balcony is my what? First thing first. That is the word, and these are restricted words. Okay, slow. These are transfers. Who wants to give him a clue? Yes, sir. At the back. You can just shout from there.
Cash. Cash. Simple actually. Very simple.
Very easy one. But huge number of words. You got the first. Now you got the idea. We have to move. We have to move. Let's do one more. Next. This is an example. Very good. These are transfers. Make sure you take a look at the listen. Anybody? Yes. The person. Yes.
Hallucination.
Yeah, yeah. Good. So he knows the drill, he knows the game very well as well. Next. How is it? Easy for him. Raise up. Yes. Anybody else? Okay. If you give the wrong answer, it's not a problem. Raise up. So raise your hands. Anybody? It's a very easy one. Anybody? Nobody?
You don't have an option now. Um,
20 corona makes it different. Again, age 51 man.
virus.
No, that cannot be. You go on. Anybody else? Go.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, you use the word. Just go.
Pen drive.
One plus one. Anything said that. Or so now, let's go. Let's go.
Yes. Pen drive or
Virus. Okay, Praveen, go.
software. Software.
Let's reiterate that. He said virus. Injecting it into someone's PC.
Software.
வருது
அதுக்கப்புறம்
அதுக்கப்புறம் வரல.
Okay.
Time.
Malware. 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 Sorry for everyone who gave the clue. Sorry. All right. Let's find somebody else now. Anybody? Ajit, I think. Ajit. So where's Ajit? Ajit. வாங்க எங்க ஒழிச்சிருக்கீங்க வாங்க நீங்க வாங்க ரொம்ப ஹாய் சொன்னீங்க வாங்க ஜாலியாக கேட்கணும் வாங்க I think he would get an easy one, I think. I have a follow-up question. Something is beautiful. Huh? Okay, we'll go one more clue. Yes. Last. Yes. Alright, we still have 3 more to go. Now it's gonna go a little faster. Anybody else at the back? Fast. Anybody else at the back? Right. Yeah, let's go. Conversation. Come on. This time we're gonna target something. No, different one. Okay, be careful. Wait. The first kind of answers can come from this side. This side, last 5 rows. Last 5 rows, anyway, you want to do it. Yes. It connects the upper user and the back. Okay. So now, anybody else? Actually, what I'm seeing is everyone wants to come from this side because it's very common. Anybody? They already want somebody. I'm not speaking enough. The one who's laughing at this point is not right. I mean, that means you're getting lucky. What I'm saying is, you get particularly from the person that you yes. No, I mean,
Optimization. Optimization. Migration. Refactorization.
Okay, who next? Who next? Who next? Choice of names. Yes. Come on, so, how many do we have? Do we have one more? That's it. We have one more. All right, let's do it back now. All right, let's go. Three. Lovely. As a non, you want to ask me these questions. Yeah. PSA. Last yes. What? Fibonacci series. Other answer ever. Recursion. I come sir and you can down there. So I'm going to nominate him himself to come up on stage for the next one. Yes. We have one more, right? Lovely. We'll have you on stage. Let's go for the next one. You can't see the stage. All right. So I think. First, let's go. Yes. Now what? In UI. Anybody else? I'm seeing a lot of what are you doing? Anybody else? Dependency array. Dependency array. Dependency array. We're not doing those. Come on, somebody needs help. Come on, next one. Fast. Yes. Session. Okay, she gave a very good clue. I thought good. Please repeat. Functional components. Okay, we'll make one last idea. Something like use state. That's the biggest clue I can give you. Biggest clue. State. Okay, now let's ask the function. Anybody? Yes. Inbound, outbound. It's a compliment. Oh, it's restricted. I'll use that. C. Option number C. Anybody else? Yes. Purely runs when dependency array changes. She gave a rule of use state. They are taken out. Yes, yes. Yes, you said that's good. Okay, now I am releasing two restricted words. We are releasing two restricted words. If you use the restricted words, you use. Use state as the new choosing app. Okay. Who can another one here?
React use பண்ணிரமுனா
Alright, so let's take this one. The answer is you. In fact, you can now answer. Thank you so much. Oh, yeah? Last one has to last two. Couple of we have Satya. Actually, we have Satya. But Satya, the people want you on stage. I don't get it. I don't get it. We call Satya for this. Then even we are yes, yes. Satya, let's have you on stage. Everyone is asking for you actually. கதறாங்க கீழே வந்து போராடுறாங்க எல்லாரும். சத்யா போனா ஹரிச பிடிச்சிருக்கு முன்னாடி. ஹரிஸ் வாங்க ஹரிஸ் வாங்க ஹரிஸ். I give it down to Harish. You either get Satya or you have to come. After the document, we have to forward. How many people do that? Harish got on them. What from you? Right. Can you go? On the side, that's on the side. Here is one. Here is one. Yes. Release in production. என்ன கெஸ் பண்ணணும்? அந்த வார்த்தை ஏதோ ஒரு வார்த்தை இருக்கு. ஒரு வார்த்தை இருக்கு. அந்த வார்த்தையில ஒரு ரூட் இருக்கு. Release after production. Release then only production. Testing. Wait, close. One. Yes. Meetup. Yes. Someone follow the question. Okay, someone follow the question. Recovery. Yes. நாங்க அப்படிதான் பண்ணுவோம். One more, right? Last one. All right, that's it. Okay, so you guys have fun? All away? Yes, no? Yes, no? All away? Yes, no? Yes, any single answer, yes. So I'll go back to Praveen, we can go back to the next speaker. And as for the time check, surprisingly, like I usually tell, we follow IRCTC timing, which means that we are always on time, but somehow we are not on time. But today I can proudly say we are on BCC time. You guys know what BCC stands for? and of course, I forgot to do this. This entire activity was actually React Native. So you guys can check out that. You can just use it, do something like this, like web organizations, functions, and they can figure out this very useful for React Native, like what they do, what functions they have. And this is something interesting. I don't know exactly what this is. So yeah, TTC means for the aircraft, so usually they're always on time. So today we're on time, and I can probably say we can before time. So, I mean, what do you? Not only for any finance speakers, but how many college students here? Okay, 10 years is going to be great. If you have 2 years, manager of fund, okay. That's another level of experience. And interesting facts. How do you actually go for runs running? Let's say, what about so many people? Is there anybody else who runs? Wait, how many people? How do I find anyone? Okay, how much here? That's nice. So that is nice one. So he is preparing for next run next year. It is going to be a full marathon. He also does. And he previously worked in Zoho and Video. And we have Ragavendhar Thiyagharajan, the executive manager at Workday. And this talk is going to be on introduce AI and new identity. Let's give it up. Hello, hello everybody. Yes, thank you, Kamlesh, wherever you are, for warming up the crowd. Uh, very happy to be here. But why is my Batman here? 1 minute. Okay, while Nikhil is fixing this, let's just do a audience check. So, how many of you are currently looking for a job? Everybody, okay. Yes, please be little careful about it. But so, and how many of you are freshers, like who's going to get into the job market for the first time? Okay, great. And when you listen to the topic or when you read the topic, interviews, AI, and hiring reality, what is the first thing that comes to your mind? Probably two things. First thing, I can easily guess AI is going to take over every single software developer job. And the second is there are no openings for freshers. Where should I apply? Right? And I'm here to talk about it. And I'm not giving you any advice because like, I cannot give you advice. Even I'm trying to figure out a lot of stuff. But I'll tell you what helped me. I switched companies 4 times. One when I was a fresher, 2016, then 2020, then 2023, and now in 2026. And every single time, the complete process, everything changed. Then I started looking at a pattern. What is changing? Is it technology? Is it people? Is it the skill that is required? Is it what we know as developers? That's what we're going to discuss about. So, yes, before we get into how it is now, how it was before, that's what we're going to discuss now. So, first, back when I was a fresher, it feels like I'm 75-year-old boomer, but yes, back when I was a fresher, it was easy to get a job. I mean, don't get offended because the number of technologies or the number of languages required to land a job was lesser. I knew only Java and the two basics of Java. I didn't know what threading was, but I got a job at Zoho. It's a little bit surprising, even I was surprised, but I got a job at Zoho. And then I got into it. I learned a lot of stuff, became a full stack engineer, blah, blah, blah. 10 years it's been, and I'm standing here. But now, if you know only the basics of Java, you wouldn't even be called for an interview. So what's changed there? It is highly important to know a lot of stuff before you can land even your first job. But there's also another thing. It is easy to learn new stuff. Back when I was trying to learn something new,
it was very difficult. I wouldn't say very difficult, but still difficult. In colleges, we were not taught a lot of stuff, how industry works, what are we going to do with Digit algorithms, or nothing. We were learning code. Companies were hiring for something, and I studied EC department, so I didn't even know what we will be doing. And there was a big gap, right? So I had to learn from different websites, W3 schools, tutorials point. I'm sure you would have heard a lot of stuff like this. I had to learn from different sources, somehow put everything together, and then somehow manage. That's how it was. So it was difficult. But now every single person has a personal tutor in their mobile, in your laptops, everything. If I need to go and ask somebody, when I was working in Zoho, how does a hash map work? They'll probably tell, without even knowing this, how did you get a job? That will be the point. And so you're scared that people will judge you. People will think, "No, this கூட தெரியாம வந்திருக்கான், எதுக்கு இவன் எடுத்தோம்?" And we are scared of that. But now I can ask the stupidest question to ChatGPT or whatever AI model you're using, and it will tell us. I can go and ask, how does a hash map work? Explain it to me like a 5-year-old. It will tell with a lemonade stand example or some random bullshit, but it will tell you. So it's easier to learn stuff, but on the other hand, you have to learn a lot to land a job. So it's a trade-off there. So we'll see how it works now. This is how it works. Direct apply. I can go and apply. Referral. Somebody, one of my friends is working there. They'll refer me. Interview will be scheduled. They'll call me. Okay, tomorrow's interview. Get ready. Interviews will happen. Technical rounds 1, 2, 3, 4, depending on the role. Then 2 or 3 days later, I'll get an offer or rejection. Simple stuff. No problem. All good. I know exactly what is going to happen. No surprises there. But what happened now? Something big happened, right? The AI shift. AI came in, and suddenly something is happening. Something huge is happening. Like everybody's in a panic mode. Like suddenly they introduced. I don't know how many of you were following the tech trends. Devin AI was introduced, and the tagline was AI software developer. If you opened YouTube for the next 1 month, every single thumbnail told software developers are dead. But I was still alive. So I'm surprised. Am I a software developer? I'm not dead. How does it work? Right? It didn't make any sense. And then 1.5 months later, somebody uploaded a video saying Devin AI was not as good as they claimed it to be. That's all. Has anyone seen Devin AI after that? 2024, 25, 26? No. So there was a huge hype. And then certain things happened. Many companies were working. Then Cloud Code came. Then everybody started fighting for the coding space. Codex came in, and then Cursor, before that Cursor came in, and then Replit was there. Every single person started introducing their own coding agent. It was like our market, which soap is better, or which cool drinks is better, and now which AI model is better. That's how the market shifted. And how are we stuck in that market? This is how we are stuck. And you see this number, almost 1.5 lakhs layoff in just 2026. It's only been 5.5 months. 4.5 months, yes. So in 4.5 months, you see 1.3 lakh layoffs, and 60 to 70% of them tell it's because of AI. So what are we supposed to think? It is because of AI, right? It should be because of AI. And if it is because of AI, and there are so many layoffs happening, technically there shouldn't be any job openings now, because companies are laying off because they think AI will do the job. So every company is pushing people out. Then the companies are full according to them. Then why are there so many job openings on LinkedIn, Indeed, whatever job platform you go? So there is a discrepancy there, right? And because of this, let's say 10 companies lay off 10,000 people. It's 1 lakh. Every single person comes to the market, starts applying to every single job there is. So we are a palm fresher trying to look for a simple job, and then there are like 10,000, 1 lakh people are coming and applying for the same job. It's okay for pay cut, it's okay for everything. 4-year experienced engineer applying for my role. What will happen to me? What will the company prefer? 4-year experience. So freshers are affected in that. And most important, response time. If you go to LinkedIn jobs and you see any job opening, it will say posted 1 hour ago, but there will be 2,000 applicants. How? Nobody knows. Like, are people just sitting like, just to how we book tickets for Chennai IPL tickets? Are people sitting, okay, in the company?
is clear about like interview rounds, 5 to 6 rounds is happening for even for 1 or 2 years year experience now. So what do we do for this? This is the new reality. Is AI taking over? I've added question marks, so that's not AI is taking over. Is AI taking over? That's a big question now. Second, application overload. That's what I told now. 2000 applications in 1 hour. So where will my application go and land? How will they see it? Will I even get a response? Interview வச்சாதான் நான் யாரும் தெரிய முடியும் காட்ட முடியும், right? I don't know how many of you seen the interview. திறமை இருக்கிறவன் திறமையை காட்ட முடியாதது பிரச்சனை இல்லை, திறமை இருக்கிறவன் திறமையை காட்டவே முடியாதது தான் பிரச்சனை. So that is the actual thing happening here, right? And skill requirements change. That's the first thing that is discussed. Right? How much you know when applying for a job. Even I don't know so much stuff. Then imagine what people would have asked me because I'm a 10-year experienced engineer, supposedly. So technically I should know every single thing in the software industry now. Fresher ke liye they are asking AI agent தெரியுமா, MCP தெரியுமா, 10 years எனக்கே தெரியாது. So it's what are the freshers do, right? Right out of college. How many of you like learned about proper coding, DSA preparation, how companies, SaaS companies work, what a developer will do in a SaaS company in college? How many of you learned? Any kind of thing. One person out of 2 people out of this week. Okay, there's Harish. So 3 people in a room full of this many developers, right? And then you are asking everybody to learn everything on their own while in college, preparing for exams, somehow clearing, maintaining a 9 CGPA just to suppose they have to get into placement. There is a bar there. You have 9 CGPA, you get into these companies for placements. So many things to handle there. And then finally, there are new roles introduced, which we've never known before. Prompt engineer, forward deployment engineer. So again, video what is even forward deploying engineer? Like, if I'm a React like, what is this, right? So it's all chaos, it's all confusion. And in this confusion, we have been taken from the college, directly dropped in between all of this chaos. And nobody's there to help because they want to help themselves first. Well, we can't expect help from anybody. We have to find our own way, we have to learn our own way, we have to apply our own way, everything. So how do we navigate this? The question of the hour. I don't know. But still, I'm figuring it out. Right? There are 6 cars on the slide. And these 6 cars, every single person on the internet, every single content creator, every single mentor, every single manager will tell you. Tailor every resume, like build in public. How many of you are building in public? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, around 5 to 10. How many of you know what is built in public? Again, a lesser number, maybe 20 or something around 20. So they tell built in public, quality over quantity. This is very important, but I'll come back to this later. And then learn AI tools. We have to learn AI tools and personal branding. We need to have some form of digital presence. When we say personal branding, it's not what personal branding experts on Instagram is telling. Not making content. Okay, subscribe பண்ணுங்க, like பண்ணுங்க சொல்றது. It's not personal branding. It's not dancing for songs on Instagram to have a name. It's not having 100K followers. It's not that. It is the evidence for the effort we take. நான் இதை இங்க பெருசா எழுதி கூட வச்சிருக்கேன், இந்த கல்வெட்டுல கூட எழுதிடுறேன். Every single company, every single interviewer wants evidence. I'm a manager. I've handled so many interviews till now. I am currently not hiring for my team. So but I've been handling interviews. And one thing I've understood is every single applicant will tell the same thing. Interview have you ever told I don't work that hard and all? Have anyone told I'm not a team player and all? Has anyone told I don't know these technologies and all? I know JavaScript. I will only work with JavaScript. I won't learn anything new. Has anyone told that in an interview? Everybody will tell I'm hardworking, I am adaptable, I am a team player. Everybody will tell that.
why should a company or why should an interviewer hire you? Or with what evidence will they believe you? And that evidence is the one that we should gather. So what can be the evidence when you say adaptable? Or I can learn something new. What can be the evidence for that? The evidence for that is you learning something on your own, building something on your own, just to understand the concept and putting it on GitHub. You can show that project to them saying, nobody taught me this. I didn't learn this in college. I learned it on my own. I built this with what I know. And here is the proof of that. Now we are talking. Now they have a statistics so that they can believe us. That makes the difference. React தெரியும் அப்படின்னு சொல்றது வேற, React ஏதாவது பண்ணி காட்டுறது வேற. Again, a follow-up for this. So I just uploaded a recent reel. One person reached out to me telling I've done so many AI projects and still they're asking for evidence that I'm a developer. I was so shocked. நீங்க ஷாக் ஆயிருக்கீங்களா? He's a fresher, by the way. So, a fresher doing so many AI projects but still not getting an interview call. Why? Because AI built those projects. It's not AI projects. So build me an app ன்னு சொல்லிட்டு ஒரு 10 ப்ராஜெக்ட் ரெடி பண்றாங்க. Then claiming that to be AI projects is not good. Again, what are we doing as developers? The effort that we put in to upskill ourselves and the evidence for that should be shown, and that is the personal brand. Content creation வேணும்னா பண்ணுங்க, என்ன கேட்டா வேணாம்னு சொல்லுவேன், but still பண்ணுங்க. But this is the personal branding that I tell for developers. You need evidence to show that you are an actual developer. You can learn something new and you will learn something new. You've already done that. Here's the evidence. Then nobody can reject you directly. Maybe round which is reject பண்ணலாம், that's fine, but you're in, right? And then we'll come back to the track everything application later, right? So yes, we saw this, right? Interview process, and this is mostly for backend developers. Sorry, front-end developers, because slightly the second and third rounds might change a little. So this was the interview process. These are problems, low-level design or DB architecture, because depending on the experience, it will change. Some experience, some companies will ask low-level design, some companies will ask system design or API design. So if you are 3 years experience or lesser, they will ask API design. If you have more than 3 years experience and you don't know what system design is, please go and learn that. Even if you are a front-end developer, it's good to know about these things. And then finally, culture fit. Nobody cares about culture fit, but it's very important. It is very important. You think those are all stupid questions, but they are so tricky that the first question and the sixth question will be related. We will think it's not related, but couple with wrong. So be careful with that. Now, this has happened. Add AI to this, add AI to this, add AI to this. So I recently attended an interview. First round, PSA problems. They said use whatever you want. Use cursor, use anti-gravity, use plot code, use codex, use whatever you want. You'll be on screen live. We will give you a coding problem and a low-level design. You can use whatever tool you want. Literally, you can use AI and generate the code. They will see how you use the AI. They will see what questions you ask the AI. They will see what edge cases you ask the AI to go and check. Literally, they are going and telling us, how are you using AI? Because everybody is using AI. If we go and tell, நான் AI use பண்ண மாட்டேன், legendary code அப்படின்னா, nobody will believe. Everybody uses AI. So they are telling, I want to see how you use your AI. Are you just copy and pasting the question and then asking it to generate code and submitting the code? Once it gives the code, what are the factors that you are checking in the code before submitting? And that has become the first term. It's not just that, the old one plus AI. Second, low-level design, that is also included. Database architecture. So earlier, database architecture was a relational database, IRCTC, design a relational database for this. Book my show, design a relational database for this. That was the question. But now, you have an AI agent. You want to store data for memory of those agents in databases. Can you design something like that? Or can you include that in your database so that AI will work in an optimized way? That is another question. So DB architecture includes vector databases. Don't worry, vector database எனக்கு தெரியாதுன்னா பதறாதீங்க. It is new. People are still learning it. You are not a bad developer. Everybody is learning. So okay, but this is the change that is happening now. And system design. Database AI system design AI. So AI infrastructure is a thing. Where are we going to host our LLMs? What cloud are we going to use? How will our system change to handle the data coming from an LLM? Because LLM generates data. So how are we going to handle that? How are we going to scale that? Because everybody is generating applications using LLMs, but will that application handle a million users at a time? That's a big question. But we need to be understanding what will happen to a system in this. So this is what is happening. Consistently யூஸ் பண்ண முடியாது, அதுக்கும் கொண்டு வரதுக்கு வாய்ப்புகள் இருக்கு, இப்போதைக்கு இல்லை. So good. When it comes to AI preparation, there is one meme. So sorry if you don't understand Tamil or if you haven't seen this, there is only one meme that comes to my mind whenever someone says prepare AI, and that is this. I am literally very well in this. So to those people who don't know what this is, this guy will tell crocodile is coming, please cross it soon, please cross it soon, and then this guy try to take one step at a time slowly. இருடா இப்பதான் கிளாட் கோடுனால இன்னும் தெரியும் எனக்கு, அதுக்குள்ள MCP agents, so many things are coming in. I open YouTube, there's a new thing coming. So இருங்கடா கொஞ்சம். What happens is there's a learning path for all developers. We started HTML, CSS, whatever, then we study React. We take some time with React, then Node.js happens. When we are starting React, there is something new coming in, and then that is also progressing. We are coming from here. The finish line is going. AI agents konnaanga. So our finish line was AI agents. Good. So from here, I want to study React, Node.js, then how to implement AI, then what is LLM, what is tokens, then finally AI agents. Good. Finish line is fine. Then next day I open YouTube. There's something new coming in. So rack systems. There are 10 types of rack systems. How many of you know that? How many of you know what rack systems are? Exactly. So you know rack system. What is a rack system? Do you know there are 10 types of rack systems? எனக்கும் தெரியாது. நேத்து தான் பார்த்தோம் யூடியூப் வீடியோல. So again, என்னோட பேசுறது தாண்டி போயிடுச்சு. I have to sit and learn what those 10 types of rack systems are, why we have to use those types, why are there 10 different types of rack systems. I have to learn all of those things. So imagine a fresher or someone with less experience having to know every single thing. So அப்போதான் வாழ்க்கையில எனக்கு ஒளிவட்டம் தெரிஞ்சது. I panic today, I panic tomorrow, I will keep panicking because that's what the big companies want. If there is a hype, அவங்களோட stock value ஏறும். You imagine Sam Altman coming on stage and telling, there's a new model coming in, but it's not that good and all. So it's okay. Will he tell that? No. Every single model that comes out, this is the best. There'll be a graph. There is 89% GitHub issues. This model is still solved. It will find everything and then fix your tube light in your house also. That is how they market it because they have to hype it. After hype ஆகும்போது every single model will do that. Okay, OpenAI summary, this thing is done, function is done. What will Google do? It's not as good as OpenAI. They will not tell. They will tell it's better than what is this 5.7 or 5.8. I don't know what version is the latest, but other way better. Then Claude will come in. What are you guys doing? You know what Claude code does? It will write an entire Linux operating system itself in one prompt. Is anybody going to write a Linux operating system in one prompt? No. But they market it like that to prove that they are the best. And then there are these enthusiastic developers around the world who will build so many things and put it on LinkedIn just to make us cry. We go on LinkedIn, there'll be one tear coming here. What am I doing? And that guy will tell I'm 19 years old. I don't know what to do in life. So I have 10 years experience, even I don't know what to do. So they make us cry. and we are stuck in between all of these things, right? So start from basics. It's okay. Let's take one step at a time. Start from basics. Learn one concept a day. That's what I do. One simple concept. Don't be you don't have to be an expert in that. One day, one concept. You do that. After 6 months, you won't recognize how much improvement you've got. Each day you'll feel like I'm not doing anything. But after 6 months, you'll realize. There'll be one of your friends. If you compare it with that person, you'll feel like, oh, that's exactly what I felt 3 years after my work started. Because first 2 years I was just chilling, table tennis, chill, TV, and then night rendering those so all of those things. But then the third year, I started panicking. I started learning React, every single thing. Then 1 year later, I could understand what I know and what my teammate knows. And that happened not in 1 day. It happened in 1 year. One concept in 1 day practice, that's all. You do that, it should be fine. You will keep improving. Finish line will keep going, you will keep improving, and we'll all die. That is our career. So the final thing is one of the most helpful thing that I realized. Consume content. Yes, what kind of content? That's very, very important. Get ready with me பார்த்து நம்ம எதுவும் பண்ண போறது இல்லை. நம்ம ரெடியா ஆக போறது இல்லை. மேக்ஸிமம் ரெடி ஆகக்கூடியது ஆஃபீஸ்க்கு. Maximum. I am going to office only for the past 1 month now. Before that, I was working from home for 6 years. So morning it's ready ஆகிறது எனக்கு பெரிய விஷயம். பேண்டெல்லாம் போடுறோம் நம்ம because starts home work from home, right? So, but the content that keeps coming, something random will come. Some couple got divorced. They were like 2,000 reels for me. So, what can we do about it? Right? We are not going to do anything by knowing all of those things. So that's just drama, wasting our time. And that's interesting. But still, drama. But what can we do? Filter your content, filter your feed to show technical content. So let's say I didn't know something called forward deployed engineer existed until I saw Naveen's feed. Right? So we will still use Instagram. If I tell don't use Instagram, you'll be like, hey, what is this guy blabbering? Instagram, how can I not use it? So use Instagram, use YouTube. But when I scroll my YouTube home, there'll be some random tech video which is 7 minutes or 10 minutes long, which is something new that I don't know. I'll just watch it, maybe even 2x. They'll say introducing something new in Cloud Code. I just see what it is. Will I become an expert? No. But I'll see what that video does. I'll see what they've done so that when I come to a meetup like this, I can talk to 2 people about what I saw in that YouTube video. I will be included in the network. I will be considered a developer because I know what is happening. And I know the latest updates that are coming in. Maybe after some time, if I have the time, I'll learn about it. But I should know what is happening. If somebody asks, what is anti-gravity? Or if somebody is coming and telling you, I did this in anti-gravity. And anti-gravity, you are very, very disconnected from the crowd. But do you need to be an expert in anti-gravity to listen to that person? No. You just need to know what anti-gravity is. So go and filter the followers, remove all the unwanted stuff. Guilty pleasure இருக்கும் நைட் 12:30 மணிக்கு உட்காந்து நான் டாக்டர் நான் படிச்சு வேஸ்ட் தான் ஸோ யூ கேன் ஃபாலோ சம் ஸ்டப் பட் add these things good content so there are many good content developers but there is a catch நிறைய பேர் பயங்கர ஹைப் பண்ணுவாங்க ஸோ கொஞ்சம் ஒரு ஃபில்டர் போட்டு அந்த கான்டென்ட் கிரியேட்டர்ஸ்ல கொஞ்சம் ஃபில்டர் போட்டு பாருங்க குட்டி ஸோ எஸ் ஃபைனலி அந்த ஜாப் அப்ளிகேஷன் பற்றி அப்புறம் சொல்றேன்னு சொன்னாங்க this is the thing so we all apply on LinkedIn. How many people apply on LinkedIn? How many people know what Insta Hire is? Okay, lesser than half. So maybe now very big video. We work remotely is a new platform. I guess there's like huge Instagram ad for that. There'll be one person. Oh, that is surely remote, right? Something. One person will be sitting near the swimming pool and working and telling that I got a remote job, so that's why I'm sitting in the swimming pool and working. All of those ads will come. But my point from this is not just these 5 platforms. I didn't have space to write all of those things. So I written only 5. The thing is, whatever I told till now, those are the changes that has come to the job market now. But what are we doing is, we are using the old methods to apply. We are still doing the same things that what I did 10 years ago, but everything has changed now. So what the only difference that you can make is the effort that you take in learning. I already discussed on top, but also in applying. We cannot apply on LinkedIn and then wait. We cannot upload our resume on Naukri and then wait. Somebody will call me. No. What can we do? We are not doing anything. We can just apply wherever we can, however we can. Right? So InstaHire was very, very helpful for me because it will connect both ways. It will list companies which are suitable for me. My profile will also be listed for the companies which are suitable for me. So they can contact me directly. So that's a great platform. But there are so many other platforms. Go and look for jobs in every single platform. That's very important. And search hacks. I will show a small demo of this if we have time at the end of the call. So search hacks. I use Google. I use LinkedIn, obviously. Greenhouse and Workday. Workday is where I work, so like our marketing photograph. But still, Google, LinkedIn, and Greenhouse. Greenhouse is an HR platform where most of the job openings are listed. So இது எப்படி நான் search hacks சொல்றேன் அப்படின்னா, I'll show a demo. The best way to apply are referrals. How can I get a referral? நம்ம எனக்கு இருக்கிறது ரெண்டே ஃப்ரெண்ட் தான், அவங்களும் என் கூட தான் வேலை தேடிட்டு இருக்காங்க. Then how can I get a referral? Good question, right? How did I get a referral? I was looking for a job. I applied to around 70 to 75 companies. That seems lesser, but my thing was I cannot go to Bangalore. So அதுலயே 75% of the jobs cut. சென்னையில் மட்டும் தான் இருக்க முடியும், or remote only. I have 10 years of experience. So அதுல ஒரு 75% cut. So மொத்தமாக இவ்வளோ தான் பாக்கி இருக்கும். In the list of companies, I applied for 75, and 60% of those 75 are referrals. Did I have people there? No. My LinkedIn network and people whom I know. So if, let's say, there's an opening in Charity and I want to go there, somebody in my network, somebody in my friends group, my friend of friend of friend, or somebody in my LinkedIn network will be working at Charity. I can just directly text them. Hey, I'm looking for a job. I saw an interesting post on Charity. Would you be willing to refer? I have this much experience. And there's a way to talk. Don't go and tell. I recently got a DM after joining Workday saying, hi bro, can you check Workday and see if there is a suitable job for me and apply? So like, I don't even know that person. It's not even my friend. I don't even know. Random. The first message on LinkedIn is this. So what I should do is instantly drop all my work, all my housework, everything, go to LinkedIn, see the job, that person's profile, and then see what skills that person has. Then go to Workday, check all the open roles, see what is matching, and then tell them that if this is matching, can I refer? Okay, then I go and refer. I should create a Jira ticket for this. Then how should you refer? Go to the company's profile. Don't go to LinkedIn. LinkedIn is also fine. Most LinkedIn will be connected to the company's job listing. Go to the company's specific careers page. There will be a job ID, or take the job link itself. Go to that person who is working there, because their time is valuable. அவங்க நம்மளுக்கு ரிப்ளை பண்றாங்கனாலே that's a big thing. Why should they reply? யாருமே தெரியாது, நான் ஒன்று ரெஃபர் பண்ணுறேன். But if they are replying, that's their generosity. So our courtesy is to use as less time as possible from them. So go to them. This is the job link. I think my role is suitable. This is my resume. Can you refer, please? If they ask for any additional information, give it immediately. So their job is 2 minutes now, not a Jira ticket. And that's how you make it efficient. And that's the effort we have to take. So, great. So you might be thinking, like, why is this guy giving so much plan, so much advice? Like, what has he done again? So I am Ragavendhar. You know, I'm an engineering manager at Workday. I also create content. I don't want to call myself an influencer. I don't influence anything. Content creator கொஞ்சம் இப்பதான் பழகிருக்கேன். So I create some content on Instagram, and it's called the Full Stack Club. So you can go and watch. It's in Tamil, and their latest meta feature is really good. நான் மராத்தி போர்ச்சுகீஸ்லாம் பேசுறேன். ஸோ இட்ஸ் ரியலி நைஸ். டூ செக் இட் அவுட் தி அதர் லாங்குவேஜஸ். பட் why am I talking all of these things? Why? What did I find out? Right? I was laid off in January from my company. So I was an engineering manager at the time. The worst thing is I just got promoted as engineering manager at India, and then I got laid off. Then it took 2.5 months for me to land another job. It was chaos, and that's when I applied to 75 to 80 companies. I understood what they are asking, from startups to big tech. Google could put because I somehow wanted a job. அது இருந்தாதான் சோறு, இல்லை இல்லை. And I'm sure at least 75% is like that. That is important for us. The content creation இருக்கும் எதுவும் இல்லை. So I cannot go and tell இனிமேல் full content இறங்கிடலாம். No. So we need a job. And that's how I analyzed all of these things, and whatever I told till now is practically verified by me. I did all of these things. So when I say track applications, right? நான் 70 companies apply பண்ண சொன்னேன். Suddenly I get a call 2 weeks later. There'll be a call. Hey, Ragavendhar, you had applied to us. அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. என்ன கம்பெனிலே தெரியாது. என்ன கம்பெனி, எந்த ரோடு, நீங்க யாருங்க? So you need to track all of those things. I had a Notion table with all of those companies. When I apply, I go put this company, this role, this is the job link, and this is the person who would contact me, or this is the person who referred me. So on the table பார்த்தா டக்குன்னு வந்துடும். Okay, இவங்கதான். Yes, I had applied for this startup. I found it very, very interesting, the product that you're building. நான் மறந்துட்டேன், but still you need to show that you're interested. Obviously, யாருமே தெரியலன்னு சொன்னா இன்ஸ்டன்ட் கேன்சல். கால் பண்ணுவங்களே யாரா நினைச்சிட்டு போயிடும். So you need to keep track of what you're doing, and for that you need to apply to all possible companies, right? So then I will show. We'll go to Google. Yep. So what I do usually is I said, right, a small search hack. சில பேருக்கு தெரிஞ்சிருக்கலாம், சில பேருக்கு தெரியாம இருக்கலாம். I'll just search for React developer. Nice. React developer itself. We will search. Okay. React developer jobs in Chennai. Okay. This is what we do. LinkedIn the search panel, we just search. And there is this job section. Like images, videos, there is job section. And this is the job. So I'm going to the job section. These are the jobs that are listed, that are crawled by Google. These are not listed on Google. Any platform, Indeed or like not search my Well-Found or Greenhouse or every single platform, every single website like that, Google will crawl and then it will show in the search result. So this is like an aggregator of all the job openings. But also, you see here, this was posted 3 days ago, 2 days ago, 24 days ago. That is old, right? So I can go here, tools, anytime. I give past 1 week. So now I get all the job openings in most companies posted within the past 1 week alone. So I might be an early applier. இதுல இருக்க முக்காவாசி job posting maybe from a small company may not pay you well, but it is just increasing our effort in applying. LinkedInல போட்டு வெயிட் பண்றது பதிலா we are approaching to many companies and showing our profile and asking them to call us for an interview. Job போற மாதிரியான்றது second, right? So if you keep attending interviews, you will feel better. Apply பண்ணிட்டு கம்முன்னு உட்காந்துட்டு இருந்தோம் அப்படின்னா very difficult because I've been there. So this is one thing. The second is, let's go to LinkedIn. LinkedIn என்ன வரப்போகுதுன்னு தெரியல. Manju started a new question. எல்லாம் கை தட்டுங்க. Congratulations. So yes, இங்க I search for hashtag hiring and I can say React. Okay, did I search correctly? Oh yes. So I search for hiring and React developer. So I go to post. Why do I do this? Can somebody guess? There are LinkedIn jobs. There is a section called LinkedIn jobs. Why am I going to the search bar and then searching this? Can somebody guess? You know. Yes? Okay. Tell me. Exactly. So many startup companies or some companies, they don't want to spend on LinkedIn premium for recruiters, or they don't want to post their job on LinkedIn because they just get 2,000 applications, like I told you, in 1 hour. They want people who take the effort and look at that job opening, go to them, DM them, or comment, whatever it is. They want them to take an effort. So they just post, I am hiring. If anybody is interested, reach out to me. Or if you know somebody, reach out to me. So, see, இதெல்லாம் ஓப்பன் டு ஒர்க் இருக்கு. ஸோ அவங்க வந்து வேலை தேடுறவர்கள் வி ஆர் ஹைரிங். இங்க பார்த்தீங்களா, இப்போ இது வந்து லிங்க்டின் ஜாப் லிங்க் கூட போட்டிருக்காங்க. பட் வி ஆல்சோ see this. They just add hashtag hiring, we are hiring React developer. And it's not just React developer, right? இப்போதான் ஒரே ஒர்க்கு பல்லாயிரக்கணக்கான நேம்ஸ் வந்துச்சுல. ரியாக்ட் டெவலப்பருங்க, ஃப்ரண்ட் அண்ட் டெவலப்பர்னு சொல்லலாம், senior software engineer சொல்லலாம், who is more into front end development, anything. So you can search for all possible combinations on LinkedIn, try to find more job openings, apply more, and then get interview calls more. Then கொஞ்சம் கொஞ்சமாக இம்ப்ரூவ் ஆகி நம்ம வேலை கஷ்டம். ஸோ நம்ம யூஸ்வலாக இருக்க கான்ஃபிடன்ஸ் வந்து கீழே போயிட்டே இருக்கும். The more and more we attend interviews, the more and more rejections we get, our confidence goes down, and one day you get a job, everything will vanish because you achieved it. And the one day-க்காக தான் நம்ம போடுற எல்லா எஃபர்ட்டும். ஸோ யூஸ்வலாக I tell one thing and then finish. So am I 5 minutes late? But Kamlesh எனக்கு 5 minutes late-ஆக கொடுத்தாரு. ஸோ அதனால extra because I usually tell something. So it's not, by the way, I didn't study in IIT or NIT. I studied in VIT, not the VIT that you know. I studied in Bellamall Institute of Technology, which they claim to be in Chennai, but it's near Gumudi. So that's where I studied. So I didn't know anything in college. Brief history, I wanted to become a doctor. I took biology group, 2 marks of poche. So I took engineering, like most people. I took EC because I didn't know what computer science was. Final year, only IT companies came for placement, and fast I started learning Java, landed a job, something happened. I'm a manager now. So this is my quick history, right? So it doesn't matter who we are, it doesn't matter where we are coming from, it doesn't matter what our background is, it doesn't matter how much knowledge we have. It only matters what we can do now. That is the only thing that matters. The effort that you put and the evidence that you gather is more important than what is happening in the market. And in our analysis, are we putting in 100% effort? We should tell yes, and that should be the thing. So thank you very much. If you have any questions, please ask. Thank you.
Any questions?
Thank you. Oh, okay.
I guess you have to pause YouTube live streaming so that people.
Hi, thank you for this. It was really meaningful and inspiring to me to how to grow and move forward. But I have one question that I would like to know, and I'm currently in a job. Last year only I joined, but when is the right time to decide that this company is not is the right situation to I'm not growing? How I should feel and how should I decide if it's the right time to switch to another company?
Okay, great question. So there is no right answer for this, but I'll tell you what works for me. If it's resonating with you, then you can take it, or you can check with the market. But what I consider is during the initial stages, how much you learn from the company is more important than what you are contributing to the company, right? So if you are the smartest person in a room, then you are in the wrong room. I think that's a saying. I don't know. So how much ever learning you can take from the company, from the work you do, not the things that we learn at home after work. During the work that we do, are we learning something new constantly? Or are we just doing the same thing again and again with no meaning? I'm just doing the same thing, nothing. Then that might be the point where you can start looking for another option. The second is, if you hate going to that company because of culture, because of teammates, something, then you can look for another option. There is no specific, you have to be in a company for 2 years to switch. There's nothing like that. But you need to have a proper justification if you have very less experience. So let's say you switch after 6 months. That will be a question. Okay, so if I take out, will she again switch from my company after 6 months? So you need a proper justification if you're switching very soon, but it doesn't matter. Consider only you, because you have to be selfish when it comes to IT company, right? I hope I answered your question.
Yeah.
I definitely wouldn't have asked this question. Because I'm my colleagues over here.
Oh, nice. Colleagues, please note, he has something hiding. Yeah, hi. Good, good. Definitely, definitely. Thank you.
Experience. Something job search for me. So அதுல வந்து இந்த மெயில் கான்செப்ட்
Company.
because I'm 2025 possible. So I got it job within 2 months using the mail concept.
Good, very good.
So அதுல வந்து யூஸ் பண்ணி
நான் யூஸ் பண்ணதில்ல, பட் தட்ஸ் a very good point.
ஏஜென்ட்ஸ் யூஸ் பண்ணியிருக்கேன். லைக் சாட் ஜிபிடியோட ஒரு பர்சனல் ஏஜென்சி பில்ட் பண்ணி வச்சிருக்காங்க. எப்படின்னா ஹாய்டா வேல்யூ 2000 சென்னையில் ரியாக்ட் ஜாப் இருக்கா, நீயே கூகுளில் போய் சர்ச் பண்ணி யூஸ் பண்ணியிருக்கேன். பட் நிறைய மெத்தட்ஸ் யூஸ் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். பட் திஸ் மெயில் ஸ்டாட்டிக்ஸ் வெரி ஹெல்ப்ஃபுல் ஃபார் ஜாப் சர்ச்சிங் டைம். ஸோ அதுமாரி யூஸ் பண்ணியிருக்கேன்.
Yeah, so technically, companies direct mail பண்ணதில்ல, but I reach out to a lot of people on LinkedIn. எனக்கு I think I texted around 220 people or something. I was sitting and counting after I got a job. So I closed like 35, 40 different tabs on my computer after I got a job. So I was like, okay, no more searching. But I went and saw, what did I even do? I was like texting random people. You'll be thinking, there is a limit, no, to texting. So correct up, LinkedIn told me there is 1 month free premium. Do you want to use something? Oh, free, okay. I'll use free for 1 month. Within this 1 month, I have to find a job. That was the thing, because I didn't want to pay money. Already money இருக்குமான்னு தெரியல. So any job posting that I see, I'll go to the company page on LinkedIn. I'll go to the people. I'll see if there's somebody in my connections. கொஞ்சம் ரைட்ல அப்படியே ஸ்க்ரோல் பண்ணி பார்த்தீங்கன்னா there'll be first network connection, second network connection, third network connections அப்படின்னு. So if there is somebody who knows that person, then I'll text them saying, hey, I'm connected with this guy, blah blah blah. Can you please refer? How is your experience in the company? Can I work? அந்த மாதிரி I texted to more than 200 people in just 30 days. So that I've done, but your approach seems better and it's working. There's evidence. So அதையும் நோட் பண்ணிக்கோங்க in the list. So whoever is taking notes in mind, you can mail companies also. Great, thank you.
Any more questions? Doubts? Actually, it was a wonderful session, but it's a common, since you're working in Workday, how effective is ATS friendly resumes? Like, I would want to know if I'm being not going to the further rounds, like, am I being rejected by an ATS one or person, or if it is proceeding, what are the measures which we can take to go to the upcoming rounds?
Okay. இந்த ஏடிஎஸ்ன்றது வந்து பயங்கர பாப்புலரான ஒரு டேர்ம். யாருக்கு ஏடிஎஸ் ஒரு ஃபுல் ஃபார்ம் தெரியும்? Okay, yeah. So there is this thing again, அது ஒரு கான்டெக்ட் இல்லையா? ஏடிஎஸ் பர்ஃபெக்டா ரெஸ்யூமே எடுத்துங்க, அப்பதான் கால் வரும் அப்படின்னு. நான் ஏடிஎஸ் அந்த there are so many tools also, right? ATS. I didn't do all of those things. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't do it. So நான் என்ன சொல்ல வரேன்னா, you can never find out. Can you go and ask an HR telling, was my application rejected by an ATS or did you reject it? Or if you're selected, can you ask an HR, was my application selected by an ATS or did you select it? That is like a black box for us. What we can do is tailor our resumes according to the job description. அதுக்கு நான் என் இஷ்டத்துக்கு எனக்கு பைத்தான் தெரியும் போட முடியாது, பைத்தான் தெரியாது. So what does tailor mean? You will have a lot of experience. Front-end இது பண்ணிருப்பீங்க, you'll be a little okay with back-end, so many things. So if the job description shows they are into React a lot, so you push all your React related stuff to the top of your resume, highlighting your React work, and then others will take lesser priority, and that's how you tailor your resume. So in this 2.5 months, I had 3 different resumes, and in these 3 resumes, I had 3 subsections of resumes. So in total, I had 9 different resumes. I was applying for senior software engineer, I was applying for staff engineer, I was applying for engineering manager. So depending on the job role, I will take that resume, I will compare it with the job description by me, not ChatGPT. ஏன்னா அதுக்கு தெரியாது என்னோட கஷ்டம் தான். என் கஷ்டம் எல்லாத்தையும் அதுக்கு எக்ஸ்பிளைன் பண்றதுக்கு எனக்கு பொறுமை இல்லை. ஸோ நானா உட்காந்து பார்ப்பேன். ஸோ அதை பார்க்கறத விட பெரிய முக்கியமான வேலை, ஐ டோன்ட் ஹேவ் எனிதிங். ஸோ ஐ செக் ஜாப் டிஸ்கிரிப்ஷன், தே ஆர் ஆஸ்கிங் திஸ். இப்போ இந்த ஜாப் டிஸ்கிரிப்ஷன் இருக்க ஒருத்தர், இஃப் தி see my resume, is it relatable? ஓ நம்ம இதை கேட்டிருக்கோம், இவன் இதை பண்ணியிருக்கான், இதை கேட்டிருக்கோம், இதை பண்ணியிருக்கான், இது கேட்டிருக்கோம், இது அவனுக்கு தெரியல, பட் there is evidence that he will learn. So if my resume is like that, then good. That's all. I trust that somebody will actually check like I checked, but we don't know. We can't find out. If you are optimizing with an ATS checker, then that's really good, but this worked for me. So great. And தயவு செஞ்சு அந்த ரெசுமேல மார்க் போடுறது மட்டும் வேணாம். அந்த ரியாக்ட் 75 போடுறீங்க, ரியாக்ட் 95, ஜாவா ஸ்கிரிப்ட் 25, 95 அப்படின்னா எதை பேஸ் பண்ணி நம்மளுக்கே நம்ம மார்க் கொடுத்துக்கிறோம், ஏதாவது எக்ஸாம் எழுதிருக்கோம், நத்திங் ரைட். பட் தேர் இஸ் வெரி வெரி பாப்புலர் டெம்ப்ளேட். ரெசுமே டெம்ப்ளேட்னு போட்டீங்கன்னா டெல்லி பாரா இருக்கும். ஒரு ஸ்கில்லுக்கு ஒரு பார் இருக்கும். அதை பார வச்சு இது மனம் போடல, நம்மளும் மனம் போடல, அவங்களும் மனம் போடல. ஸோ அது மட்டும் கொஞ்சம் நோட் பண்ணிக்கோங்க. பட் ஐ ஹோப் ஐ ஆன்சர் யுவர் கொஸ்டின்.
So whatever Raghavendra said, right? So there is a best way of approaching actually.
Okay, thank you. So
this is my understanding, but I'm not sure about others actually. Personally, I face this problem with ATS.
Great, thank you. I have an acknowledgement. Basically, she's saying there are like hundreds of ATS tools. So each tool will tell different things. So we'll just keep optimizing our resume forever. So apply பண்ணுங்க, பரவாயில்ல. ரிஜெக்ட் ஆனா we'll see. And get your resume verified also. There are like so many people on LinkedIn, TopNet, you go check. There are so many people who will verify your resume, see if it is fine, your experience correct, தெரியுதா, all of those things. Use all of those things. Reach out to content creators, reach out to people on LinkedIn. Manager இருக்காங்க, they are posting a lot of content on LinkedIn. அப்படின்னா reach out to them. Can you help me with this? அவங்க நான் ஏதாவது பண்ணி கொடுங்கன்னா the people will reply. I mean 50% ரெஸ்பான்ஸ் இருக்கும். ஸோ 10 பேருக்கு மெசேஜ் அனுப்புங்க, 5 பேர் ரெஸ்பாண்ட் பண்ணுவாங்க. காசு பணமா இல்லை, நம்ம அனுப்பிச்சு விட வேண்டியதான் மெசேஜ் இல்லைன்னு இருக்கு. ஆனால் கொஞ்சம் ரெஸ்பெக்ட்ஃபுல்லாக அனுப்புங்க. ஸோ நீயே போய் வேலையை தேடி நீ அப்ளை பண்ணலாம் சொல்லாதீங்க. எஸ், somebody wanted to ask something here. I don't know. Anyone else? அங்கே யாரோ ஒருத்தர் இருக்காரு. நிறைய கொஸ்டின்ஸ் இருக்கு.
So Frontend for more than 3 years. So I thought like learn job in this area. Okay, so because I not like sitting in the same place, but I learned many things from the company. But even though sitting in the same place looks something difficult, right? So I started to learn CSA, daily solving problems like this. But I thought like having 3 years as a front-end developer, then back-end, then how it will be, I don't know. But need to learn back-end or strength, make my strength in the front-end itself, like pattern, like the things and need to apply for job, or learn back-end and move as a full-stack developer. So I have this confusion.
Okay, great question. I've received so many questions like this. So I think there is a small shift in the role description also. You take senior software engineer roles in any company. There's no backend engineer, there's no front end engineer. If you have 3 to 7 years experience, there's senior software engineer. You see those roles, at least 60% or 70% will have, you should know some backend language like Java, Python, Node.js, anything. You should know a backend framework related to that language. Here, additional skills preferred if you know any front-end framework, React, Angular. So what does that mean? They are looking for an all-rounder. And another thing to add to this is the most common question that I get on Instagram or LinkedIn or whatever it is, I am learning one stack, will I get a job? Or I am learning Java, will I get a job? it doesn't matter what you're learning. Let's say you are working on React, or many people are working on React. Can you assure me that you will work with React for the next 50 years in your life? No. I was working in jQuery. If jQuery now because I was just talking to one person about this. So if I had told I will work only with jQuery because I learned it, no, I wouldn't be standing here. I'll be jobless somewhere, right? So we have to keep adapting, and adapting, there is a lot of changes. What we know, we should be an all-rounder, willing to work on anything. Let's say you're a front-end developer, you should know how to integrate, LLM or APIs integrate பண்றது, or agent ஓட response எப்படி கொண்டு வர்றது, how will you orchestrate everything, you should know as a front-end developer. தெரியலன்னா பகறாதீங்க, but it's okay. These are the requirements now. But you cannot tell I will see only front-end work. ஒரு குட்டி API change-னா, sorry, it is not my moral, that is only back-end developer சொல்ல முடியாது. You should be ready to go and learn that and then do it. And that's how you become a full stack engineer. So when you say back-end, you don't have to learn every single thing about back-end, API, Kafka, queuing system, messaging system, like concurrency, அதெல்லாம் எல்லாத்தையும் படிச்சுட்டு தான் ஆகணும்னா கஷ்டம். Start slow. நீங்க ஒர்க் பண்றதுல closely related back-end systems என்ன இருக்கு, learn the concepts around it, slowly get into it. That's all. So yeah, I hope I've answered your question, but you need to be an all-rounder.
During time constraint, I guess like we one of the 3 sessions that we had, we got a lot of questions for the interview session.
Obviously. Very, very obviously.
Okay, so now it's time for felicitation. If I take out to felicitate something. Yeah, really good study. Very like this session.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. எடுத்துடலாமா?
So now we have been away for React Nexus, but before that, he did say like in YouTube, like the YouTube homepage actually shows a lot of recommendations, right? So what I do is like I have a Google Chrome extension called Unbook, and what it does is like if I go to youtube.com, it redirects me to youtube.com/subscriptions. So whatever channel I subscribe to, only that will be shown in my content. So the extension is called in no way associated with Meetup, but that is an extension that I use. So whenever I want to watch some like so if I want to focus on something, I make sure that the extension is on, and whenever like I want to get deviated or I'm planning to chill, like I make sure that the turn of the now it's tiny.
Hello.
You see the setup of the React Nexus product, specifically the one that you everyone can work for during training. So we have all your emails